Great, thank you so much, Nate. So for our first presentation of the day, we have Rob Elias, Director of Marketing Communications for Tucson Botanical Garden. Rob has over 2 decades of experience in marketing, operations, and brand management sectors. He has been featured as a guest contributor in a business-focused publication in Southern Arizona, where he writes about how organizations can adopt new perspectives on their customer service model. Rob was also named one of Tucson's top 40 business executives under the age of 40 at the age of 26. Rob is a graduate of the University of Arizona as well as the Disney Institute. Rob is currently the Director of Marketing and Communications for the Tucson Botanical Gardens in Tucson, Arizona. So, without further ado, we are proud to welcome Rob Elias.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me the opportunity to be here and present with you today. Let me get this thing up and running. Everybody can see that okay, I presume? I hope, anyway.
Yes, you are good, Rob.
Perfect, thanks. Well, this morning I'd like to talk to you about 2 words that have been they've been really buzzwords within this industry for over the past 5 to 7 years, and that's brand and culture, and really the struggle of how to explain what they really mean, how are they defined, what do they feel like when done correctly and incorrectly, and more importantly, how they affect your business. So let's dive right in. Let's talk about brand a little bit. Most people think brand is only marketing. It's something quite simple. Well, yes and no. Marketing certainly is the driver behind creating an expectation of what your guests will see and experience when they visit. However, it's up to the staff and everybody on the staff to deliver on that expectation. If it doesn't happen, it creates an inconsistent guest experience, which translates into a lost opportunity to gain consumer loyalty. And that's really what we're all after. More so, your brand has become now a little bit more dilute. And in this day, with the invention of social media, online reviews, word of mouth being more powerful than ever, this one brand or culture misalignment has the ability to cost you so much more than one unhappy guest. So let's take a look at a few brands. Now, every single one of you, when you see a logo on here, has a feeling or a thought or an experience that immediately comes to mind. And what was that? It was an experience that you had, or was it an experience that somebody else had that they told you about that experience, and now that becomes by default your experience as well. Now, during the creation of all of these companies, and I'm sure it still goes on today, every one of these companies has had a discussion, a meeting to talk about their brand and what they want to be known for. How do they make people feel? Did your initial thought or your experience, was that consistent with what you wanted, with what they wanted to be known for? So let's ask a couple more questions. What defines a brand? Who decides it? Who controls it? And your brand essentially is what guests think about you. It's your reputation. What the consumer thinks about when they hear your name, use your product, visit your property, that is your brand. You have one whether you know it or not, like it or not, understand it or not, agree with it or not. And if the consumer doesn't have firsthand knowledge of your brand, they will default to what others say about you. And that can be kind of scary. So let's answer some of the questions posed just a second ago. Who defines your brand? And that's the consumer. Who has control over it and what can impact it? Well, you do. Your staff does. Every interaction with your guest impacts your brand. The words and actions you use and display through all of your platforms, social media, print ads, face-to-face, signage on your properties, the way your property and store and possibly cafe, your exhibits, what do they look like? Everything communicates. Do you have control over it? You absolutely can shape and influence your brand. However, it can be challenging to mold and exponentially more challenging to protect it once you've established what you want. Just out of curiosity, do you know what the #1 brand that people in the world that people tattoo on their body? Harley Davidson. And why do you think people do this? It's the same reason people put stickers on their cars, water bottles, laptops, etc. Because it says something about who they are and what they believe in. People that do these things are saying that this company and I share values. We believe in the same things. So much so that I'm willing to promote their brand, be an advocate for their brand, and give this brand my full and very permanent endorsement. And that's loyalty. So why is that important? Well, as marketers, we are always digging for some sort of insight into the consumer mentality. And that information is absolutely gold to marketers. And it's important because with any brand, whatever it may be, regardless of whether we possess the brand or not, proves that people follow, will advocate, will promote, and love what the brand stands for and what it believes in, and not necessarily what the brand produces, creates, makes, builds, or sells. If you're a follower of the thought leader and speaker of author Simon Sinek, he puts it simply, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The why explains exactly what your culture is. Brand is what your guests think about you. Culture is what your employees think about you. And that's really the main difference. They should absolutely align. Brand is external, culture is internal. Now, there are many different types of cultures that exist. You can have a friendly culture, a culture of accountability, one that's sales driven, one that's loyalty driven. But just remember, whatever your culture is, it stems from leadership and absolutely trickles down to the guest and will impact your bottom line. And we're going to go over some examples in just a bit. But I pose this question to you: which group of people should be your primary focus? Your guests or your employees? How you answer this is very telling about the culture you have today. But first, I want to start off with what I feel are the basics to creating a consistent brand. Now, please note, I'm using the word consistent, not good culture or bad culture. Of course, I have my opinions, definitions, and distinction of what makes a good business and what makes a business good. Those two things can be very different. However, the words good for business is always subjective, and there are many ways of being good at business. Depends on what you value. So the first thing we talked about is the why. The why explains what your common purpose is. What are you trying to do collectively? At its simplicity, what are you trying to do? And you should keep this absolutely simple. Number 2, shared values. These are the values that everyone within the organization should live by. This spans across every staff member in every position, regardless of the department. And 3, the most important one of all, is a commitment to using these things as a filter to ensure the culture is protected. Now, this intersection is really where the magic happens. These aspects should be so well defined that the decisions, challenges, opportunities, new programming, whatever you do within your organization can be tested through the lens of your shared values and common purpose to create a place where brand and culture align. This includes your hiring or selection process, how you vet candidates, how you interview candidates, how you onboard new employees, designing a thorough training process. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in the future, but I want to get that out of the way. And the words that you use with your guests, and not just external, but internal as well. Everything should pass through that lens of shared values and common purpose. What does it look like? So let's look at a couple of examples from some companies that I think do a fairly decent job. They're both household names. And we're just going to highlight some of the things that they do that protect and preserve the cultures they've built. And one could argue these companies are among the very best in generating consumer loyalty and have what some would call a cult-like following. So let's look at Starbucks. I'm sure quite a few of you have a Starbucks in front of you at this moment. Their common purpose is pretty simple: to inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time. And what do you notice about this common purpose? The word coffee doesn't exist in it, which tells you a lot about the culture that they're trying to create. Now, what does talk about coffee is what they consider part of their guiding principle. From the beginning, Starbucks set out to be a different kind of company, one that not only celebrated coffee, but also connection. So this is what they did to try to preserve and protect their culture. They set aside a guiding principle, a common purpose, and shared values that we're going to go through in the next few slides to help protect and preserve the culture that at least Howard Schultz built when he purchased the company in 1987. So their statement of values that they go by: creating a culture of warmth and belonging where everyone is welcome, acting with courage, challenging the status quo and finding new ways to grow our company and each other, being present, connecting with transparency, dignity, and respect, and finally, delivering our very best in all we do, holding ourselves accountable for results. Now, I've been lucky enough to meet Howard Schultz on a couple of occasions. The last time happened less than a year ago, and I was able to spend about 30 minutes talking to him about Starbucks and business overall. And I asked him, can you put your finger on one thing that changed the mentality of Starbucks partners, that took it from what it was prior to his arrival in 1987 to what it has become, which is the modern Starbucks that we all experience today? And if so, can you share that with me? And he said, absolutely, I'd love to share that with you. He said, I knew what I wanted Starbucks to become, and we certainly had the ability to make it so. But in order to do that, we had to come up with a way to change the perception of what our purpose was. And what I said was simply this: Starbucks isn't a coffee company that serves people. Starbucks is a people company that serves coffee. Now I'm going to repeat that because I think it's important. Starbucks isn't a coffee company that serves people. Starbucks is a people company that serves coffee. The mind shift seemed to change overnight. This is what he was telling me. And the partners began immediately, almost immediately, to comprehend what they were really trying to accomplish, to focus on the connection with each guest. By simply changing the phrase, it empowered the partners to begin sharing ideas, new ideas with supervisors, managers, district managers, and Starbucks executives that helped live their values and create a greater connection with their customers. Well, all that sounds really good, doesn't it? But what does it mean? What does it all look like? How do these things help with the alignment to their brand? How are their values implemented with every partner? That's what Starbucks calls their employees partners. And how does it ensure that they protect the brand and to avoid inconsistent experiences when guests walk through the door? Well, let's explore a different company, another company that does a fairly good job at it. And Disney. I joke when I say fairly decent, but in actuality, Disney was just named one of the most admired companies by Fortune magazine, and they have been over many, many years. And there's an enormous responsibility in calling yourself the happiest place on earth. And many of us would cringe at the very thought of being held to that standard. But Disney enthusiastically welcomes it. They do so because they have confidence in their culture. And let's start by exploring what Disney's common purpose is. They create happiness. And that sounds really simple, doesn't it? But it's not so simple. Disney wants their cast members to create happiness in the Disney way, to ensure that their guest experience is extremely consistent. This is why every cast member must go through what's called traditions or Disney University before they even make it to the parks. Not only the parks, but even satellite locations. Cast members at Disney stores must go through the Disney University as well, just to ensure the consistency of the brand and culture and make sure that those two things align. It's the lessons taught at traditions that reinforce the culture and what Disney often calls their culture pixie dust or Disney magic. And that is what makes Disney the happiest place on earth. Now, for those of you that have been to the parks and maybe you've seen this bench or not, this bench is actually sitting inside Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln just at the entrance. And if you don't know the story about the bench, the story is told that Walt Disney had a daddy-daughter day, which was a typical Saturday for them at Griffith Park in California. And Walt Disney's daughters had a favorite carousel that they liked to ride, and Walt Disney was sitting on this bench as his daughters were riding the carousel when he had the idea of creating Disneyland. And so he went back and he told his wife about it, and she said, "Why would you want to create an amusement park? The only thing that was somewhat similar were like circuses and things of that nature, and they all had a reputation of being just absolutely filthy. The people that worked there were rude and just not nice people to deal with. And I say it again, the place was filthy. So, and she said, "Why would you want to do that?" He says, "My parks are not going to be dirty." So from that point on, Walt had to develop a culture once he decided to build this theme park, to develop a culture that made this possible. And one of the first things that Walt and then the creator of Disney University, his name was Van France, came up with a curriculum, and it all stemmed from leadership. So culture stems from leadership. Your staff will model what your leadership does, and if your leaders pick up trash, everyone will pick up trash. In the early years, Walt Disney used to speak with every cast member and would tell them, "You have two jobs here at Disneyland. Number one, pick up trash. Always make sure the park is clean. And number two, do whatever else you were hired to do." If leadership shows courtesy to their employees, your employees will be friendlier to your customers. If your leaders take time to have a little fun, your employees will make it fun for others as well. Just a funny another side story. In an effort to maintain cleanliness of the park, Walt conducted a study to see how many steps a typical guest would carry a piece of garbage before getting tired of carrying it and throwing it on the ground. After months of observation, Walt determined that the guests would only carry trash about 35 feet before throwing it on the ground. And that is why, to this day, garbage cans at Disneyland are no further than 30 feet apart. Walt said, "We're going to make it so clean that people are going to be embarrassed to throw anything on the ground." And he actually took that a step further. Back in the day, the garbage cans were pretty much one manufacturer. So what Walt did is he created designed a garbage can where you couldn't see the garbage and you couldn't smell the garbage. So the garbage cans that are still used at Disneyland were designed by Walt Disney himself. And this is what happens when culture and brand align. Disney focuses on four main aspects to protect the Disney magic. Number one is selection. If you're wondering how they preserve the culture, the first thing they do is test every potential cast member for culture compatibility versus aptitude of the subject or task. Disney views the recruiting process differently than most. They believe that the basic purpose in recruiting is to find a mutually agreed cultural fit. Now that's very different than how most of us hire. But think about it this way. When people come to you for a job, they come to you with pre-existing characteristics, and they may not match your required or desired behaviors. If you take the time to select the right people, you will get an accelerated performance without diluting your culture. So please pay attention to your job descriptions, how they're worded, your recruiting verbiage, your first contact with a candidate. It all communicates. Treating people like guests during the hiring process is an effective way of demonstrating desired behaviors. Now, remember desired behaviors, because that's going to be a recurring theme that we're going to be talking about here in the next few slides. A great example lies with the characters, with the character cast members at Disneyland. Would you ever see Cinderella smoking a cigarette in front of the castle? Absolutely not. If their behavior did change based on outside influences, how do you feel that would impact guest satisfaction? This is why selection is so important. Disney hires for attitude and they train for aptitude. Just another side note, that little girl on the right is actually my daughter, so I had to give her a shout out. She was excited when she saw this slide. The next thing that Disney does, number 2, is they focus on training. And here's where most companies get it wrong. Companies select and hire people, but then underinvest in the required development that leads to desired behaviors on the job. Again, desired behaviors. Companies simply hope employees will exhibit the desired behaviors once on the job, but hope is not a business strategy. What if you invested time and resources to developing an onboarding process that immersed your new employees in your culture? What if every detail was designed to reinforce the Disney culture? Disney calls this traditions, and where every detail is absolutely intentional. The picture on this slide are the actual door handles to the building. Going a step further, the building itself is painted in an Argyle pattern because Walt Disney was known to wear Argyle socks. And in case this needed to be reinforced further, there's a picture of Walt Disney just inside the building where you can clearly see his Argyle socks. And why does Disney do this? Because they obsess over details. It sets the standard for what's expected from their cast members once they enter the parks and care for their guests. Now, the 3 main aspects that Disney understands by following this process, and here's what they are. They recognize the proper training leads to desired behaviors. They understand that investing in training provides an outstanding return on investment. And they know that training creates cast member engagement and commitment, which increases confidence and competence. And that increases productivity and efficiency. The third thing that they talk about is intentional communication. Now, when Disney says communication, what they mean is listening. Listening is key to their training because it builds relationships. And building effective relationships and collaborating with everyone in your work environment is a key component to success. And not to mention key to fostering a team of people that also collaborates and builds effective relationships. In order to do this, Disney has developed a process of how to intentionally listen as an organization, as leaders, and as peers. And here's what they do. They listen with a purpose. They deliberately set aside for discussion. They listen to find connections that lead to collaborations, and they avoid distractions during this time. They don't get interrupted by phone calls or emails. Number 2, and I think this is a really important one, they listen to understand and not to evaluate. I don't know how many of us do this. I actively try to practice this. I'm getting better at it, but I'm still not great at it. Keep your emotions and your personal judgment to yourself when you're having these listening sessions. Practice keeping an open mind and be prepared not to like everything that your employees or colleagues say. Embrace differences of opinions as opportunities to understand on a deeper level. Exercise emotional control. Work to become more self-aware of the phrases, behaviors, and words that trigger your defense mechanisms. And recognize that everyone has an opinion, even if that one is different from yours, which happens from time to time. And the last one is they focus on the conversation. Turn off your inner monologue. Stop making mental to-do lists. Don't look at your watch or your clock. make eye contact when you're having this listening time. Do you know what the most frequently asked question at Disneyland is? When is the 3 o'clock parade? That's what guests typically ask cast members. Now you can imagine how your employees, our employees, would handle such a question, and it became an irritation to cast members that were brought up during a listening session. And the leader, in whatever capacity they were in, asked, "What do you think the guest is intending to ask? What do you think they really want to know?" The cast member then realized what the guests really wanted to know was, what time will the 3 o'clock parade arrive where I am sitting? Realizing this changed the mentality of the response as well as the response itself. So with that said, this was the response going forward. The parade will arrive approximately 3:30 if you stay in this location. So you have a little bit more time to enjoy the park between now and then. Just think about how your staff would answer a question like that. And the last thing they focus on is intentional care. And please focus on genuine care. Genuine care must be a strategy that you overmanage. And what does genuine care mean? The kind of care that Disney talks about goes far beyond health, dental, vision, maybe gym memberships, maternity or paternity leave, whatever. Genuine care pretends to be intentional care for the well-being of each person in your organization. It is about paying serious attention to employees as human beings. Because caring for your people creates an emotional connection that drives a commitment to goals and overall engagement in your organization. Think about your organization and how it serves its guests and each other. There is a cause and effect relationship here in terms of how care affects behaviors. And please remember, the ultimate goal is to achieve desired behaviors. Providing genuine care to your people is another way to create a nurtured, desired behavior. This is why care needs to be a strategy. When much is required, much should be given. One of my favorite Disneyland stories that speaks to intentional care when it pertains to a guest interaction was told to me many years ago by a lady. She was a grandmother that I used to work with. Her name was Kathy Lou. At the time, Kathy Lou was the grandmother of four beautiful little girls, and her favorite Disney character is Tinkerbell. Her granddaughters had never been to Disneyland, let alone met Tinkerbell. So it was time to take the family to Disneyland so her granddaughters could meet Tinkerbell. They enter the park and they make their way to Pixie Hollow. For those of you that haven't been there, you're standing among these large leaves. You can see them there in the background. And you kind of winding your way around to provide a type of drama, just dramatic anxiousness to seeing Tinkerbell. They wait in line for about 10 minutes before they turn the corner, and there she is. Her granddaughters go up to Tinkerbell and they give her a big hug because they've heard so much about her. After they get their pictures, Kathy Lou takes a second to walk up to Tinkerbell and says, "You probably don't remember me, but we met many years ago." Tinkerbell squints in her eyes and gazes into Kathy Lou's eyes. And with a look of amazement, she gently places her hand on Kathy Lou's arm and says, "I remember you. It's so lovely to see you again after all these years." Do you think Tinkerbell's interaction with Kathy Lou would have been different if she didn't feel cared for, or if she was a disengaged employee? How can we build care into a strategy? How can we operationalize it? You can do so when you practice intentional listening. Ask your employees what frustrates them most. What's a hassle in their day-to-day routine? People feel cared for and behave differently when you make their life easier, when you remove workplace irritations. This does two things. It engages your people to delivering extraordinary performance, and two, it enables your people to focus more on performing in their role, no matter what capacity they're working in. This is applicable to everyone. It affects behavior and performance. What are the hassles and irritations in your organization today? How many of them could you repair immediately if you wanted to? How would you view the cost-benefit ratio when viewed through the business lens? Remember, you are making investments in your customer service as well as in your people. The bottom line is people who are cared for act differently. Now, I made the statement at the beginning of the Disney segment that referenced the weight that comes with being known as the happiest place on earth. All I have referenced in this presentation, and a lot I didn't mention, is why Disney enthusiastically welcomes the challenge. Every opportunity to reinforce the culture is taken into consideration. Even at the graduation ceremony for cast members, it's no different. At the end of traditions, Disney does a couple important things that solidifies the importance of preserving the culture. Mickey Mouse himself presents each new cast member with their cast member badge. And number two, the final statement is made before the new cast members enter the park the following day. Tonight, there will be thousands of little boys and girls that won't be able to sleep because tomorrow they get to come to Disneyland. Are you ready for that? Let's talk about one more company very briefly that is known to have their brand and culture aligned. The Ritz-Carlton. They've adopted a number of tools that help them stay true to who they are, and more importantly, to protect the brand they've worked so hard to create. They've developed gold standards, which encompasses the following. They have a credo, the Ritz-Carlton, the place where the genuine care and comfort of our guests is our highest mission. They developed a motto, we are ladies and gentlemen, serving ladies and gentlemen. They developed 3 steps of service, a warm, sincere greeting. Number 2 is use the guest's name, anticipation and fulfillment of each guest's needs. Number 3 is a fond farewell, give a warm goodbye and use the guest's name. They developed service of values. I'm proud to be Ritz-Carlton, and on and on and on. I won't read them all to you because you can look them up for yourself. But the most incredible thing the Ritz-Carlton does on how they take care of their employees, which in turn helps them take care of their guests. They empower and encourage employees, and they have a $2,000 a day budget to use for guests at their discretion. It's a tool to empower and encourage employees to use their time, effort, and when needed, the company's money to enhance the experience of any guest, even a guest who is already having a great time. It's an approach that is not just about solving problems, but finding opportunities. And there's a great story that will help drive this home. So a mom realized that her 2-year-old son had lost his favorite Thomas the toy when they were packing up to head to the airport. She mentioned this to a Ritz-Carlton employee that the loss of the toy would be heartbreaking for him. After searching for the toy, the employees, knowing how important the train was, they drove to a toy store and bought another Thomas the Train for him. They then took the train around the property, around the resort, taking pictures of Thomas by the pool. You'll see him here by the entrance of the resort, at the restaurant, and they put a little note with the pictures and the toy, and they sent it back to the little boy, and they said, Thomas had such a great time here. He wanted to extend his vacation just a few days. The new Thomas train arrived in the mail 4 days later, and the family was blown away, and they shared the story at every chance they got, proclaiming that Ritz-Carlton has earned their business for years to come. What can you do in your business there's something similar to this? Why does it matter? Why should you spend time, money, and other resources making sure that the brand and culture align? Because when your brand and culture align, it creates something magical. It creates an emotional connection. And this is what every business should aspire to achieve. In a published article in Inc. On Inc.com in 2018, a Harvard professor stated, sorry, that picture's there to drive home the point, stated that 95% of all purchasing decisions are based on emotion. 95%. Why is that? It's because humans are driven by feelings. So if you want the consumer to remember you, your product, your brand, they must feel emotionally connected to what you have done, and more importantly, why you do what you do. It doesn't matter whether it's Starbucks, Disney, Ritz-Carlton, or the Tucson Botanical Gardens. It is vital to any business to create an emotional connection with their customers. Once you're able to earn hearts, you'll begin to earn wallets. Now, I say that with a caveat of please do not focus on the wallets. Focus on the hearts, and the wallet will be a byproduct of creating happiness. What do these companies do that make them so different? What makes them attract a cult-like following? They live their values. And most companies proudly place their brand statements, values, mission, vision statements on the wall of their business, but they quickly become meaningless words on the wall that no one looks at or pays attention to. These are the things that must be focused on. They must be built in the strategy of every event, plan, sign, design, interaction with a guest throughout the organization. So what are the lessons that you've learned today? Please develop a common purpose and shared values that you actually believe in, and please live by them. Don't just come up with words because they sound good or because others in the business use them. They must be yours. Companies don't have values. People that work within them do. So do whatever you can to take care of the people you work with. They are the ones that will protect and preserve your brand and culture. They will make or break your business. I really want to sincerely thank you for your time and attention today. It's been a privilege to talk to you about this topic I'm obviously very passionate about, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have now or in the future. You can email me at the email address there. And to take this a step further, because I want to show genuine care, the first 3 people that email me and tell me 3 things they will now start doing that display care for others will earn a $20 Starbucks gift card. So the first 3 people that email me and tell me what you will now start doing that will display care for others, you'll earn a $20 Starbucks gift card. So with that said, I'll turn it back over to you guys, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Rob. What a great kickoff to the day. And what's, great examples of the importance of brand and culture alignment. And I think we all have some marching orders that we can start utilizing as soon as today. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, we are going to get right into the questions. Angel Horn says, if we have a lack of diversity in our leadership, how can we genuinely create a brand that makes everyone feel welcome?
And that's not a unique problem that a lot of organizations, not just in our industry, but in other industries face. The best thing that we can do is, in a politically correct way, call it out. Really emphasize with your supervisors, with your administrators, with your executives, how the decisions that are made are impacting business in a negative way, and how changes to some of these decisions can impact the business in a positive way. The only time things ever change is when the risk of staying the same, the risk of change is greater than the risk of staying the same. So if you are able to eloquently describe the changes that somebody suggests, or the changes that whatever it may be in whatever avenue they want to change, how those changes will impact the bottom line in a positive manner, and not just the bottom line, but even culturally, whether it be through higher employee satisfaction or higher employee engagement. Those things absolutely need to be called out in a way without getting yourself in trouble.
Great, some good points there, Rob. Just a reminder to everyone that we will be providing a recording of the eConference in a follow-up email in the next few days. I know there was a lot of great information, and I'm sure you're all anxious to share with the rest of your teams, so be on the lookout for that email. Our next question comes from Lee Clippard. Lee says, how does a common purpose differ from a mission?
So a common purpose is something that is so simple. You know, take a look at Disney's, for example, create happiness. That's not Disney's mission. Their mission can be something about being the #1 entertainment company in the world. I'm just making that up. I'm not saying that that's theirs. You know, a common purpose could be something, say you work for an airline company. The one common purpose, the one non-negotiable, is to get your passengers to their destination safely. And it talks nothing about providing a return on investment to your shareholders or ensuring board member satisfaction or any of that nature. In its simplicity, what are you trying to do? Disney's is 2 words: create happiness. So it's not meant to be this eloquent thing that everybody publicly looks at or can publicly see. It's not something that you're designed to put on the wall of your buildings. It's designed to be an internal North Star where, at its simplicity, this is what we're trying to do here as a staff, as an organization, to provide happiness for our guests. So those are, on a very high level, what the difference is between the two.
Great, sounds good. Rob, how do you see culture and brand alignment shifting in the next 10 years?
Well, I hope to see a huge shift in it and a much more apparent designed structure around making sure the two align. You know, I mentioned earlier that brand and culture have been 2 buzzwords that have been used in the industry, but nobody really knows what that means or what they can do about it or how they can change it, how they can alter it. And so there's like, people think that, oh, we have a fantastic culture because we allow our employees to wear jeans on Fridays, or we have potlucks every quarter. And I'm not saying those things are bad. Those things are fantastic. But there's so much more that goes into creating the culture that you want. And again, I want to use the word consistent culture, not good culture, bad culture, because some companies value things differently. Others will just rely only on profit. What does our bottom line look like? What does our bonus structure look like? And that's not a bad thing. It's just a different thing. The focuses are different. So I think that over the next 10 years, I hope that there will be an effort to really pay attention to what the culture is within an organization. And it seems to me that a younger demographic, a younger workforce, seem to really understand more, in my experience, what a true culture should be. I just think that the perceptions are different. It's, gone are the days where people kind of stay in a job for 35 years or 40 years and end up retiring there. You see a lot of movements within a younger generation because they want to see their efforts work quicker. So I think as the younger generation moves up in greater management positions, I think the changes within cultures will inherently change because it seems like there's more attention paid to it.
Great. It sounds like you have a positive outlook for our generation, so that's really good to hear. Patty Wales says, what is the common purpose at Tucson Botanic?
That's something that we are actively working on now. We have a very good mission statement, and I've only been here at the Gardens for a little bit less than 2 years, and we have a phenomenal executive director that really understands what we're trying to do here, and she has a great relationship with every employee that we have here. So what we're trying to determine, and is through her listening sessions, where we're trying to determine what is our common purpose, what are our shared values, and the things I talk about are things that we're actually in the middle of right now. We're trying to talk about things like, how do we describe the company culture? How do we describe what our common purpose is, what our shared values are, and start thinking about, start talking more about the things that we believe in rather than what we do. And when we start to do those things, we'll start to attract people that believe in the same things that we do.
Great. And this might be giving away some of the answers for your little contest you have going on. But what are some things that smaller gardens can do to apply these practices on a smaller scale?
I think it's actually easier for smaller organizations to adopt some of these processes, because you have fewer staff. And Tucson Botanical Gardens we consider a small organization. We're a 5.5 acre garden. We have, I believe, 20 some employees. So we're not a large garden. And I think it's going to be easier for us to make some of those changes, to adopt some of these practices. So the process really doesn't change regardless of what size you are. The amount of time it takes to adopt these processes and practices will take more time, because you have to filter through more employees. But yeah, it doesn't matter the size of your business or the size of your garden. In order to adopt these practices, the only thing that will change is the amount of time it takes to adopt them, to practice them.
Great, and that totally makes sense, and definitely seems more digestible for a smaller garden to apply these practices. Even if they aren't a large institution like Disney
Right.
or the Ritz-Carlton.
Right. Well, and one of the things that Disney did that was so smart is they started so early. I mean, they started in 1955, and they were starting the Traditions program before the park even opened. So it was probably easier for them. Now, over the years, when they're hiring 300 people for a summer job, then the process becomes a little more time consuming. But that's when they pay extra special attention to really architect and make sure that every new cast member understands what the culture is in order to preserve what that is.
Great, and thank you again, Rob, for kicking us off today.
My pleasure. Thank
And
you.
I also want to thank you for, bringing this topic to us. You are very well informed, so thank you for bringing this topic to us and for kicking us off. And everyone, be sure to jot down Rob's email there, and be sure to submit your ideas for how to implement some of these practices. And we will be taking a short break. And when we come back, we will hear from Mindy Bianca, principal at MBPR.
Okay, welcome back everyone for the final portion of today's webinar as Chuck steps us through Longwood's Guest Experience Academy.
All right, so this academy lasts about all day. So it does have a lunch, a half-hour lunch. We don't give them a lot of break, but it runs really about 7 hours to do the whole thing. I do almost every academy, but I will say this, it is not just my voice. We have a couple of different people that will take parts. We interchange it. It's just listening to one person talk all day. I don't care how good a speaker you are. You're going to bore them. Your voice will bore them. So we do try to mix it up. And to be a presenter, we want them to be dynamic, interesting, but really also know everything about this. And this has changed. We've had different iterations of this over the years. The beginning, the core part really is unchanged in the messaging, but we've added and added and added more over time. It would be interesting. Brendan Huggins, I know he's on here. He's at Bach Tower. He was an intern here in 2009 when I was here, just starting. So it'd be interesting to have him come back and see if our culture feels different to him 10 years later. So we might work that out. Brendan, I'll talk to you later. So let's look at this. And we're going to go through this quickly. I know this is quick, but just to give you an idea of what the day looks like, what we talk about, and what we think is important. And this, what you're looking at now, is exactly what, slide for slide, what our staff sees. When they walk in, they're gonna come in and see the Guest Experience Academy. Hello and welcome. We do a meet and greet that's a little different. We have a ball with 25 questions on it. We go outside, form a circle, we each throw the ball underhand gently to each other, and they have to answer a question wherever their thumb lands. Just a different way to have a meet and greet, not the let's go around the room and tell me a little about yourself, which most people would consider to be a true torture. Even people that are extroverts, no one really likes that part. So it's kind of a different way to break up the greeting. When we sit, we have 4 people at each table. We want the max to be 20 at a time. That's why it's taken us a little while to get through everyone. 24 would be the absolute max. But even at the table, we try to make sure that the people sitting next to each other are not sitting next to anyone from their own department. So when they leave here, they'll know someone, if they're guest services, they'll know someone from horticulture, someone from facilities, someone from people that are different, the ones they won't see all the time. And that kind of helps maintain, hopefully, friendships or ways to interact with other departments, which we think is very important here. We talk about our goals on guest engagement. We talk about our goals with people that may have extra needs or might be angry with us. And then we begin by talking about Longwood's legacy of hospitality through the steps of service. This is something Pierre DuPont wrote, that we like to start out with at the fundamental aim of the place to do everything that is attempted in a first-class way. Paul says world-class way, but he's really kept the same sentence, and that's our service philosophy: first class, world class. And we talked initially, and this has always been in here, who is the guest? And really the answer that we want is everybody. Everybody's the guest. And we will talk some about the internal guest, which are with each other, the staff here and the volunteers, and also the external guests, those that come either as vendors to us or members or people that pay a ticket, photographers, international guests, people that come to see the gardens in a different way. We have people that come to see concerts, performances. Our organ Caroline Steinways, our performers are also our guests. We've been doing an enormous amount of construction here lately, so Bancroft Construction, trust me, is a guest, if not an internal guest as well. But how do people interact with us? And then we also talk about youth, the children, because we think of Longwood in perpetuity. We think of it not as something, here's what we're gonna do the next 20 years. When we redid our main fountain garden, or the main fountain garden project, we talked about how that won't need another major rehaul for a century, but after that it will. And we think like that. We just assume our goal is that we will be here forever. And for that to happen, we really want to stress the importance of children as the next step, the next generation of visitors here at Longwood and as a place of learning. Tours, and the guests experience the garden in a different way. But we want everyone here to have a seamless visit, and to no one to ever feel that they are other or different. Our service philosophy, this is the marketing service philosophy. Marketing wrote this: the world is a community in which we serve. We embrace each guest by upholding our core values through exceptional service. That's really for us to tie in our core values into what we do here on a daily basis. And one of the things we want to do is to have exceptional service and to create an extraordinary guest experience. We have everybody take a few minutes at their table of 4 to think of a place that they'll never go back to and why. And, you know, while Comcast and Verizon always seem to make a show, other places do come up, and we talk about why, what happened. And 9 times out of 10, not only was it their expectations weren't met, but when they tried to get a resolution, they got nothing. They just felt like they were ignored and passed over. Then we talk about a place you will go back to, and that's all over the board, but we have found what people talk about is the place that makes them feel special, someone that remembers them, somewhere where they can go and see something that makes them feel comfortable, or a person that they talked to once before that is consistently friendly. Those are the type of things that we see over and over people talking about. And it's good for them to hear that at the table, because it really clicks in and makes their job here at Longwood more of a reality, because they're saying, oh, that's what I like, so that's what I should do for the guests that come here. That's the tie-in we shoot for. And we tell our guests that we tell our staff about our 100% satisfaction goal. You know, one question that we ask is, would you recommend Longwood Gardens to a friend? And that has remained unchanged for years now at about 98%. I mean, that's fantastic. There's no one that wouldn't want that. You know, we want 99, we want 100, but 98%, really a consistent number of recommending us. That really speaks a lot when it comes to how guests feel about a place. The model that we went over a little bit before, we review that with them. We talk about our core values and how that works for them. If there's a number on the slide on the left at 0.02, that means that's a card. They get a booklet, a small booklet. We don't do huge binders. We don't want them to write a lot. So this means that's there. They don't need to take those notes. They can listen and think, because that's already there for them. This is our way of talking about our 6 departments, our core values, our steps of service. For us, horticulture, education, and the arts are the 3-legged stool on which Longwood sits. It's really the core of who we are. And then the guest, we speak about a guest-centric model, the guest-centric model here at Longwood. And then the 4 steps of service: delivering a genuine first impression, engaging the guest, exceeding their guest expectations in some way, and hopefully through that, cultivating loyalty. And then we go through we speak about each one separately. First impressions, what's important in a first impression. You have 5 seconds to make a first impression. So when you get here, have your head in the game, realize you are on property, you're on stage. If you want to think of Disney, the second you are on Longwood property, you represent Longwood. Eye contact, smile, proper uniform, name tag, dressing the way the supervisors ask you to dress, but always, always, always to have your name tag and open body language. And we discuss the differences between open body language and closed body language. We talk about smiling, but having dead eyes that aren't looking at anybody, shark attack, those type of things, to make it a little fun, but to make it real for them too, to have very clear expectations of what we want. Engaging with the guest. For us, we say it's not so much we want the staff to talk as much as we want to get the guest talking. So we could You know, we have Longwood is 1,083 acres, but really only 400 acres is available to get to the guest on a daily basis. But that's still a lot of walking. You know, on an average day here, I walk 8 to 10 miles going to all the different spots. A guest could easily walk 3 to 5 miles here in their visit, depending on how far out they go and how much really they explore the meadow. And if we tried to explain to every guest everything they could see, it would really take an exorbitant amount of time, especially with the visitorship that we have. So, you know, we do say one of the first things that a guest asks when they come out is, what should I see? Where should I go? And we want the staff to say, you know, to have some questions in their back pocket. Have you ever been here before? What were your favorite parts? What would you like to see? What brought you here today? And to give the guest an idea of what might work best for them. Because we've told guests everything that they could see here. And they're like, can I see that in 2 hours? I'm on a tour bus. No, I give you a 6-hour tour. So a good question. Have you been here before? How much time do you have? What kind of things do you like? Just having some questions that they feel comfortable asking really takes the pressure off of people that especially might not be used to interacting with a guest every day. We let them know the tools they have, the internet, our website, maps, the daily lineup, and then we always say have a cell phone and a pad of paper. About probably a third of our staff do carry radios all the time, but not everybody does. And if you don't, who can you contact easily? Only two numbers that we recommend the staff to have: guest service desk and security desk. Those are the two we would want people to know about. We show them the lineup here. This is the daily events, everything that is going on in the garden today, so that they can know what's going to happen. And a lot of people, we will print out an actual lineup for the guests, for the staff during the day. Not everyone, we don't print out 400 a day, but some of the key people will have the lineup, especially the ones that we are placing in the garden, so that they can pull it out, and that our volunteer desks throughout have a copy that we place each day so they can see. We also make a lot of videos, and I am not going to play all the videos here. Will it work?
Mari, this is just beautiful. Everywhere you turn, there's something more spectacular than the next. Hi, good morning. Oh, of course. It is a chrysanthemum, and you were pretty close because it is a spider chrysanthemum. I'm Lauren. If you have any questions at all today, please let me know. I've been working in horticulture here for a few years, so I can come up with some good answers. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I'm sure as we go on, there's so much to see. I'm sure yeah, there definitely is. This is a beginning of our fall display. So if you're here by the end of October, the entire conservatory will be covered in chrysanthemums. It's definitely worth a visit. If you need anything else, please let us know. Enjoy your day.
So that's a very basic 101 video, first impression, first engagement with the staff person. And we talk about, what did you like here? What didn't you like? What would you add? What wouldn't you do? Most people really like this one, though they want her to stand up. Though we do talk how she opened her body language. But we talk about, what were the steps of service? Did you see the steps of service here? She had a great greeting. She smiled. She clearly heard the guest talk because she jumped into the conversation and mentioned, yes, it is a chrysanthemum. She told a little about herself, which we really do try to push. We don't push last names or anything like that, but we do like people to be proud of what they do here and let the guests know what they do. If they're a horticulturist, a student, whatever that happens to be, let the guests know a little about yourself. And in this, she created herself, or she set herself up as an expert, someone you would come back to if you had more questions. And then the little kicker tease at the end, she says, if you like this, then you have to come back in a month to see our full mum display, our full chrysanthemum, and that is cultivating loyalty in the guest. You know, if we really give the guest a great experience that will cultivate loyalty. But to really cultivate loyalty is to give them teasers to want to come back to see us later. During Christmas, when we're incredibly busy, if anyone's been here at Christmas time, we're busy. There's a lot of people. It can be crowded. Not everyone enjoys that. And if someone says, oh, I really don't like crowds, we say, you know what? Christmas is always busy. Outside is less busy, but you have to come back in February to see our orchid display in the conservatory. You'll have the place to yourself. It's quiet, it's relaxing, and it just gives people a reason to come back, or other times to come back as well. But in that, we show the 4 steps of service in a way that seems easy, not too complicated and not too linear, not too step by step here we're doing, but something that the staff can feel comfortable. We do a garden experience. When someone's lost, they don't know what they're doing. When we pass a guest, that we ignore somebody that, and then someone coming to save the day. And that's the first few videos. And then we watch a video. It's how to connect with a guest in 90 seconds or less. This is something we purchased from a person named Boothman. It's about a 30-minute video. They go through in a different way, the 4 steps of service, how to really engage with the guest, the importance of first impression, and how you have very little time to really connect with the guest, because our reality is most of the time when we are connecting with the guest, it's a minute or 2, and that's it. And then they're off because they want to see the garden too. So we have to really make sure that we have a clear message in that time, and that we actually help the guest with what they want in that time period. It's funny, but it's also pretty clear in its messaging. And then we talk about engaging with our guests. This is where great comes from. Do you guys remember that here? The great messaging. And then we talked about trying to put it into play. So we have all the tables. There are 4 at each table, so they just kind of pair 2 and 2. And I go, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this time. We're gonna take just a few minutes with the person next to you, and you are going to interact with them like they're a guest. Ask these questions, find out things about them. Without fail, the hardest part of this is getting people to stop talking to each other. They get into it, they get engaged, and it's in a minute or 2, they find out where they went to school, what they did, what their job is, who they are, little things about them. And it didn't take much time, and it wasn't hard, it wasn't scary. Again, people that might not be extroverts don't like speaking in front of crowds, but one-on-one almost always do fine. They like that, and they certainly prefer that. So this is just a little exercise on actually what it's like to talk to a guest, because they tend not to know the person really sitting next to them. We asked them, not everybody, but we asked a few people if they learned anything interesting from the person with whom they were speaking. And then we give those same type of questions that they could then ask a guest that just came up to them. When was the last time you visited Longwood? Are you visiting with anyone today? Where'd you travel from? What brought you to Longwood? How'd you find out? Just things to get the conversation going, because it makes it easier. Not everybody can think on their feet instantly. So this gives them some opening lines to start with. And then we've given everybody a postcard that they have numbered 1, 2, and 3, and then have their address on. And we have them write one thing at this point that they can do to create a first impression. Something that they can walk out from this class today and start doing. And it might be the simplest thing. It might be to make sure they greet every guest, to smile at everyone that walks by. It can be very simple. And then 60 days after this class, it will be mailed back to them, the 3 things that they said they could easily do, to see if they still do that. So we do hold them, and we do mail the postcard out 60 days after this. And then we start talking about exceeding the guest expectations. And you know, I said before, when we first started this, everyone had these huge, grandiose things that they would do for every guest. but they're simply not possible because you really have 90 seconds to 2 minutes in your interaction time with the guest to do something special. But there are little things that people can do. Look for clues. We say you can tell instantly if somebody's lost just by the way they're turning their head around trying to get oriented. If someone has a map open, we always walk up and say, how are you doing today? Can I help you find anything? Where are you? What have you seen so far? How much time do you have left? Reorient them. You can change their visit. You can say, oh, you know what? If you're going to the conservatory, we have a free walk, free talk on the water lilies today. You can't miss it. It's free. It's fantastic. Give them little things that can happen. Again, always take photos. The number of photos that we take here for guests can be mind-numbing. At Christmas time, if I put myself into one of the spots that I put volunteers or staff, I could take 300 photos when we've counted in 2 hours. It's just nonstop. Guests love it. And that's what we call that a memorable moment. Now we're gonna go home. They have a picture of the whole family together in a beautiful spot. And we get comments on that all the time on our surveys. It's the only picture we have of the whole family. And invariably, there was something special happening that day. It was our parents' 50th wedding anniversary. It was grandma's 75th. It was the first time we've had the family together in 5 years. So we don't know all of that, but the little things we do really can add up easily and make a memorable moment for the guests. And memorable moments really help to build loyalty. A photo in someone's house of Longwood and the whole family really builds loyalty. And then we ask them if they're guest ready, and then we go into videos. Again, I guess this one is.
Good afternoon. I'm here. I would love to buy 4 tickets to the garden today. I'm here to see the Christmas show.
We're sold out.
You're sold out?
Yeah, we've been sold out for weeks.
I didn't know that. How am I supposed to know
There's
that?
tons of signs on Route 1. We always sell out during Christmas.
I don't travel on Route 1. I came back on 926 here. I didn't see the signs.
You could have checked our website. We do update that.
I've been here before at Christmas time and I've never had a problem.
Well, it is a Saturday, so we're really busy on Saturdays.
Saturdays?
Yeah, we usually sell out on Saturdays.
There's 4 of us. Is there any way we can get into the gardens?
No, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's no way.
Can I speak to that? Is certainly not what I want to hear. I've been here many years in the past. I've never had a problem getting tickets. I've never had a problem getting in the gardens. I don't understand.
No, I'll see if I can get you someone.
Hi. Hi.
My name is Maggie.
My name is Beth.
Hi, Bev. Nice to meet you.
What is this? The garden is sold out today?
So, we're sold out right now. It's about 4 o'clock. We have tickets available starting at 8:30.
30? I have an older mother in the car and 2 grandchildren. I can't wait till 8:30 to get tickets to the garden.
So, because it's so popular and it's so busy, we do have a limit on how many people we can put in the garden every half hour. So the next available time would be 8:30, but were you guys planning on having dinner, or did you have any plans for Seaconet Square or checking out anything there?
Just really drove up here and we just wanted to see Longwood and we were going to have dinner on the way back.
Oh, okay. So maybe let's see if we can flip this around a little bit. So Kennett Square is absolutely beautiful. There's tons of restaurants, everything's set up for Christmas, everything is gorgeous. So maybe we can get you set up with reservations at one of the restaurants down in Kennett, and we can sell you the ticket for 8:30. You can do dinner first and then come back here when the sun is totally down and those lights are gorgeous, and we can get guys in to see the light.
It's really not what I wanted to hear. That is unacceptable. There must be somebody else that can give me a better idea of what I can do today. I want to get into the gardens. That's all I want to do.
And we can get you in at 8:30, but that would be the earliest time we'd be able to do that.
I'm going to have to talk to my family.
Okay, so my name is Maggie. Talk to your family, see what you want to do, and then come back and see me. I'll be right here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I love that video. It's kind of our worst case scenario, but we found that if we just do happy, great, here's a great job videos, you really don't see what it's like when someone isn't friendly, when someone isn't hopeful. That person that kept saying, we're closed, we don't have anything, is actually the nicest person in the world. So it was very hard for her to make that video, but you can really see, what does bad service look like? And does it make you uncomfortable? Well, good, it should make you uncomfortable. You're right for the job here if that makes you uncomfortable. And then how we might deal with resolution. And that's not always hard. And that for us is our worst case scenario. When we are sold out, we're maxed out. We sell tickets by the half hour here, time tickets by the half hour here. And if we are sold out, that means we're scanning 1,000 people every half hour into the gardens and parking them. So worst case scenario for us, but it's really good. It brings up some great conversations with the team, with the people going through this class on how can we do this better? Do we need to do it this way? And it could be a learning for us as well. The guest experience. Then we go through issues where someone's like, they're mad at us, so they say they're gonna post on Facebook, social media issues, how we handle that here. Not gonna go through that. That was kind of scary. Guest experience, someone with mobility issues. Here we go over two different things. It's a mobility, people have a mobility issue and they need to get around, and someone really not knowing the answer to something they absolutely should know, and how that just makes a situation more awkward and uncomfortable. And cultivating loyalty. What can we do to cultivate loyalty in our guests? Now, we would say if we did the first three things right, and the garden's beautiful and everything's clean and efficiently run and they got in quickly, that we will cultivate loyalty that way. But what are the other things that we can do? Why are guests loyal to the gardens? And we asked them as well, because many of them have said they've been coming here forever. They were brought here as children. Many of the staff we hire are members or are part of the membership. And we talk about the little things, and we also talk about what we say when someone's leaving the garden. You know, when someone first comes here, we say hi and we greet them and we're nice. When someone's leaving for the day, we want to make sure they leave with that good experience. People tend to remember their approach, their start of a visit, and the end of a visit. Those things are always in the forefront of someone's memory of a place. And you can have a great visit throughout and mess up on the exit. So we're like, how was your visit? Did you have a good time? What was your favorite part? And when they talk about what their favorite part is, it usually can trigger someone's mind to say, well, if you liked this, then you should come back for this. You like the free concert? We have another organ concert coming up. We have an organ competition coming up. Whatever it might be, something to get them to come back. This class is not about selling memberships. So I will say that. I do not at any point say, and then you should try to close the deal and sell memberships. We never say that. We don't talk about it here, because we want, if someone is leaving and they want to become members, we want it to be just because the visit was so incredible. And our numbers, the numbers of family households that we have, would really speak to the fact that that's working and it works for us. And then we talk about this little first impression, engage, exceed, and loyalty to feel, try to, a little sappy, but still a way to kind of tie it in. We want the guests to feel something for Longwood, and those are the 4 steps of service. It makes it easier for them to remember that. And then this is the end of the first part, and we want them to know they understand the guest experience model, the steps of service, and our service philosophy. So this is really just how we want people to engage with the guests, our expectations of the guest experience model as it's applied real time in the gardens. And then we say, number 2, what can you do today to either exceed the guest's expectations or cultivate loyalty? It can only be 3 or 4 words. They don't have much room to write on this postcard. So it has to be something very simple, very doable, that they can walk out the door and do not only today, but every day, and just make it part of their daily routine here. And then we will take a lunch. Before lunch, we asked them this question: have you ever encountered a guest situation during your time at Longwood that you were not confident in solving? And the reason we do that, we have scenarios that we are going to review with them that happen here at different times of year, where guests might not be happy, or we might have to interact with the guest in something they love doing, but we don't want them to. You know, we planted 1 million tete-a-tetes in one area a couple years ago by hand to come up in springtime, and we have found that the guests love to lay their children on top of it to take Instagram pictures. It's like their children are floating in daffodils. We've had people do snow angels in them, anything you can think of, that they're having a fantastic time, but we don't want them to do that. How do you handle that? So, but we want to see if they've had a situation different than what we're thinking that we might be able to help them with. They go to lunch, and then they come back, and then we do the second part, which is resolution or the guest experience of the gardens in different ways. And we watch a video. It was a made video for the retail industry to make sure they're following all the ADA requirements, but also best systems or best practices to help someone that may have different needs, to make it seamless, as I said before, seamless, and to not make anyone feel as if they are different or that they are other. Blind and low vision, cognitive and emotional, deaf or hard of hearing, mobility, and people of short stature. That's a very short part. It's a very a quick way to go over all of this. But the video lasts, again, about a half an hour, and then we talk about the 5 different sections here. Still always remembering to deliver a genuine first impression, engaging with the guest, creating memorable moments, that there's nothing different in how our core values of interacting with each guest is. We watch the video, and then we talk about what we learned during that time. And then we break it down into each section: blind and low vision, visual cues, sight devices, the difference between a white cane and a white and red cane. White cane means someone has a visual, might have a visual impairment, where white and red means it's both hearing and visual. Service dogs, etiquette with service dogs, cognitive and emotional, tone of voice, body language, if they have a companion, to interact with the companion, but not to forget the actual guest that we are interacting with. We never want to make someone feel like they're being ignored, and speaking directly to that guest, and maybe using a companion as a resource, but not as a sole source of communication. People with mobility issues, what mobility devices do we have here for the guests? We have a near unlimited number of wheelchairs that are free to the guest. We also have scooters that are free to the guest if they are able to use them. We have family and caregivers that we can, sometimes we have caregivers that we have a different ticket for them as well. Deaf and hard of hearing, what is acceptable, unacceptable, contact, touching, trying to get someone's attention that might be hard of hearing, notepads, a cell phone tablet, writing on your cell phone. What are the easy things that anyone can do to interact, to communicate with someone that may have be hard of hearing, have a hearing loss? This one is not to, it says you can get on your knees to talk to them, but that seems, we've all felt that to be somewhat demeaning. But to sit on a chair, to not get too close and get too close and like look down to almost seem to overpower, but step back far enough. Very simple things there. And then the international guest. And this is the international guest. That part's not here yet. That's going to be part. That's going to be part of the presentation come April, and that part is going to take at least an hour, if not an hour and a half, to review with the guest at that time. So that's up and coming. That's the newest section. Marketing actually has that now, and they are putting the perfect PowerPoint skin on it right now to match everything else. And then we talk about the toolbox. What does the staff have available to them today and every day here to best interact with the guest should they need anything. And that can also go to health as well, health and safety. And that's point two. So the tools are Longwood website, SharePoint, our intranet, our daily lineups, our program of events. If we have any kind of event here, there is an SOE, a sequence of events for it that is broken down by 15-minute points. Our garden maps, cell phones, Longwood radios, and pen and paper. Just having, it can be so simple sometimes to have a pen and paper to write things down for people. Our go-to team members, manager on duty. If the gardens are open, we have a manager on duty. That's me, typically. My team runs the manager on duty. So if we are open as site operations, our role is to make sure everything is running correctly. If it isn't running perfectly, we then contact the people to fix it. We also have all guest interaction and direction. And should there be an issue with a guest, we are the ones that then directly work to help resolve any issue that they may have. On my team, I also have, if we're open, we have a guest engagement lead who runs a team from anywhere, depending on the day and what's going on, 7 to 14 guest service associates. And we have our own radio channel, G-Serve Guest Services channel. So that's typically a team member's first go-to. If it's safety or health, someone's having a health issue, it's public and safety, so security channel. And visitor center has, if you don't have a radio, you can call the guest service desk, and we make sure everyone has that number in their cell phone, and then the guest service desk could then radio someone in the field to help them with any issue. So this is very important for all staff to know that they're not alone. We don't want people to think, okay, you've gone through this one-day class and now you can handle any issue that happens to a guest by yourself, be it health, anger, or just guidance. So this is just a helpful hint so that take some of the pressure off so they don't get too overwhelmed with what the expectations are for their day. And then we talk about the it's on us mindset. If a guest truly had a thought that something was supposed to happen today and it's not, I mean, we're a big place. We have a lot of things going on. There are days when things break. There are days when we cancel something because something else has come up, an event that maybe a guest wasn't aware of. And that can really upset them because they came here for a specific thing. And we can always, we do slightly joke that if a guest came here to see something that isn't working, they always drove 3 hours. It's never 2, it's never 4. They've always driven 3 hours. For that guest, we want to give them comp tickets. My guest service leads, my guest service leads all carry comp tickets so that they don't have to go through some long drawn out process to get them. But should someone not have comp tickets, all we have to do is let the desk know, or a ticketing desk know that we have a guest coming and can they have 4 tickets or 2 comps waiting, and they'll just be waiting for them. We don't grill them to find out why we're giving them this. It means someone else has talked to them, that part's over, and we just need to give them tickets at that time. And we talk to them too. We don't just throw tickets in the air and then walk away and hope they're happy. We really want to make sure that not only do we explain what happened and apologize certainly if we need to, but how they can make sure that should they come again, that nothing that they want to see is offline. This is our guest resolution model. It looks complicated. In the center is the guest, so it's still guest centric. But what we really talk about, and we talk about this a while, is that when we have a guest resolution, if we have an angry guest or we aren't happy with a guest with what they're doing, that we are still stepping back enough to still do the 4 steps of service, to still give a first impression, to introduce ourselves, try to speak to them, doing something, especially if they're mad at us, we want to do something to kind of turn that around, offer solutions, educate if we need it. It's garden etiquette, garden safety, and try to close that with the guest. If sometimes it's just a conversation, sometimes it's comp tickets, And then we also want formalized feedback because we don't want to keep making the same mistake. If a guest is upset about something, the MOD, I would need to know so we can go back and fix it. It could be we don't have a sign out that we need. It could be we go back to marketing and say, can you put this on the front page we have on the front page of our website, little things that will pop out about today right on the front website, and marketing will say the Italian water gardens are off today for repair, but we have open air theater and the main fountain gardens running all day. Something so a guest won't be surprised, but that formalized feedback really helps reduce issues repeating themselves during the day, making more people angry than we need to. This is a much nicer video where she actually helps the guest. And we talk about the guest resolution process. Here's really just a written process of the guest-centric picture that you saw. It's the same thing of making sure we have formalized feedback back to the guest. This is a video about a guest having a health emergency and how we handle that. And how does, we talk then about, and marketers would love this part more, how does Longwood receive guest feedback? And just some interesting little data on feedback. 52% of people that are angry with an organization, statistically, never let that organization know. They could go certainly on social media, and probably do, but they don't formalize that. They don't make a formal complaint with anyone that works at the organization. 43% communicate to an employee who may or may not do a darn thing about it, and they certainly are not in a position to make a difference. It would be like yelling at the person who's scanning your groceries at the grocery store at the cost of something. They didn't make the price. They're not going to tell anybody. You really just wasted your time. Only 5% people typically will make a registered complaint to management. And that in no means that management is then going to respond to them. We do say we do respond. We respond to the guest that's angry with us, upset with us, or confused about something. But those are just typical statistics. Again, they can change a little bit year to year, but not much. But we say just because people aren't complaining to this, I'm speaking to the choir here, but how people communicate their displeasure with an organization on social media. And then we review again for a second time that staff here do not respond in any way to social media complaints. That goes to Marcom here, and they have their own system for handling that. So if I see something pop up on Facebook or social media, though they probably already know, I'll let them know, but I would never respond on social media because that's handled in a different way. And you have your own people. I'm looking at our marketing team. Our marketing team has their own people that handle that and message it in a specific way on social media. And we really want our staff to know, do not go on social media and be our defender. Never, never, never do it. It's like throwing an accelerant on a fire. It never makes it better. It's never made anything better. So we really want to stress that. And then we play a game. We take the different, we talk about the 4 steps of service, keeping your head in the game. We do a quick review. And then before the great work slide comes up, we give each table of 4 a scenario of a guest that is not happy with us. They have 5 minutes. We have all sorts of little props for them, and then they run up and then they do a role play of how they think they would fix it in the garden. Some people play the angry guest, some people play staff, and then the other team rates them 1 to 10, kind of like, you know, Resolution Idol. And it's fun. Everybody gets a $5 gift card to Wawa, for any of you that know what that means. Brandon, you know what that means. But it's just a fun little game. But it's also good for them because then we talk about how they resolved it. And the other teams will say, I probably would have added this, or I wouldn't have said this. And it's a really good real-time situation because they don't have a ton of time to think about it, because in reality, they don't have a lot of time to think about it. And then on their postcard, something they could do with the guest that seems unhappy, or what they can do to help someone, whatever they want that they learned in this part that they feel that they can go forward and do. Then they have 3 points of their postcard. We collect these at the end of the day. I just mailed a batch today from people from a previous class. So we do mail them out, but we try to give at least 2 months to give them a chance and almost maybe forget about what they wrote so they can get it back and see how they're doing. Are they doing what they said they were going to do? And then kind of just a take action review, delivering the 4 steps of service, recognizing how guests experience the model, applying the guest resolution model, and feedback, and our specific responsibilities with the guest experience model. In the new, starting in April, we are going to go through scenarios from that an outside consultant has made for us on people from different cultures. Specifically, she'll come up with scenarios from different countries just to give an idea of how things we do could be taken differently, and how it's really, you know, we can't have everyone memorize every country and every culture, but best practices to not offend someone from another country, another culture, or someone that speaks English as a second language. And that is our all-day presentation in just a little under an hour. So I know that was a lot, but it just gives you an idea of what we do, where we are right now. It used to be a 2-day class of 4 hours just on guest experience, a positive 4 steps the first day and the resolution the second, but now we're doing all day, adding the different parts. So it's ever changing, ever moving forward. So I know that's a lot, but that's our academy.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Chuck. We do have some questions coming in, and we are getting a question about whether or not this training is available to other gardens. And our intention of the Academy has always been to host outside organizations. So if anyone listening today is interested in that, we'll be happy to take down your contact information if you want to send it through us. And we will be happy to contact you when we do relaunch externally. So just something to note there. Some questions that are coming in. One from Liz, Chuck, about what feeds the daily event module on SharePoint.
So that is fed through the different departments. So it used to be we used to have to go find everything. Now each department is responsible, and each department has certain people that are required to do this. Any event coming up has to go on meeting room manager and programming. So meeting room manager, if they're going to have an event here, they have to have a room for it. So first they would put it on meeting room manager, then they would put it on programming. What the event is, what are the requirements, what are the expectations. Once it goes on programming, they'll put a start and an end date on that programming, and then it will pop up on SharePoint. It will also pull up on lineup the day of. It also pulls up on a different report. Every day, every week of the year, except for 2 weeks during Christmas where we're just too busy and we're doing the same thing every day, we have an operations meeting at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. I've been here 10 years. It's been 2 p.m. Wednesday for 10 years. We go over every event that happened the week before, big or small, and then we go over in detail all the events coming up for the next 2 weeks, and then we talk about anything big that's happening really in the next 4 weeks. Anything too big, a person is directed to make sure that's on SharePoint. Our admins from each department, anything big that they have happening, the admins will put it on SharePoint so no one's surprised. We're doing tree shaping and trimming in the Italian water garden for the next weeks. So shape the tilia, it's a big project, so that just popped up on SharePoint today. So it is fed from the different departments, but by the date that's put on it, that's how it shows up on SharePoint and our daily lineup. Dustin, outside of the formal assessment, you formally, so, do you want to read it?
Oh, go ahead.
Dustin asks, outside of the informal assessments mentioned, postcards, role playing, do you formally assess learning from the academy? We didn't much in the past, but with our new director of learning here, she is going to start sending out surveys to the staff after this. And then the biggest assessment from the academy, I guess, in many ways has been reviews, because there's a section of the review that is completely based on how that person interacts with the guest. And that's really up to their supervisor to bring that forward. Lee Clipper, do you do this once per month? Basically, we do, only because of the number of people, but we don't do it in our super busy time. So July, we just have too much going on. November, December, a fourth of our visitorship for the year comes in the 7 weeks of Christmas, our Christmas display, so we don't do it then. At smaller gardens, it depends how many people you have. You know, we do 20 at a time, so for us, it takes forever to get everyone through. It took us forever to get everyone through. But if your garden's smaller, you might be able to do departments or sections and get it done in a few months. So it might be very different. You would know you're hiring. So what you'd want to do is if you have certain times of the year where you do bring in a lot of people, so say maybe April, you have a lot of new staff, you would want to bring them in early enough for training, but also then to schedule one of these all-day classes within 2 to 4 weeks of their actual hired date and orientation, to have them go through all of this. That way you can give them a short orientation first, and then within 3 to 4 weeks, they are going to get the full class. And then added refreshers might be every other year for us, where we get all staff in, but refreshers might have 125 people in. We're not trying to do 25 at a time. Again, it's just absolutely impossible for us. Someone anonymous asked, do senior managers, directors, and other executives take the same training throughout the year? Absolutely. The first team to go through the Guest Experience Academy was our president, Paul, his senior team, and their leadership team, which came to right about 2024. So they'll see the class as kind of a beta class first. All refreshers, they get the first run, but then they come to all of these as well, because they are now going to manage and review their staff based on these refresher expectations or guest service expectations. So they need to know as well as everyone else. They are all expected to come. And this goes back to buy-in. You know, if your senior team doesn't feel they need to go, they haven't bought in, because they would want to at least be seen by their team to know that they are part of it. Paul, when he's here, talks to the guests. If there's trash on the ground, he picks it up. No one here, there is not a person here who is high enough that they can walk by trash and not pick it up, or doesn't talk to the guest. And that comes down, that's culture. You know, Disney would say the same thing. Other places that really feel they have a strong culture would say the same thing. If you have people that feel, at my level, I no longer have to do this, it's not part of your culture. It is not a buy-in, and that's a really big problem. How do you record reasons for comp tickets? Well, I'm not the database person, that's Renee, but it's pretty simple, really. When they go in, they hit comp tickets, it'll say reason why. There's a drop-down menu for the main reasons, and some can be general, but there's also the button for other. Should it be an unusual situation, they can go in and type the reason. Then when we run a report, those 7 or 8 drop-down menus will just come in and we'll just have a number, but we will then have the others listed separately to see if something weird has happened, or if the same name shows up all the time, if you're asking that too. The majority of comps are recorded in that way, not 100%, but the majority are recorded that way at the ticketing booth.
This one.
How does staff handle pets that are being represented as service animals? I can only speak for Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, the only two questions you can ask someone who's bringing in an animal is this a service animal? And what service does it provide? Those are the only two legal questions we can ask. We do not ask both. If we want to know, we say, is this a service animal? If they say yes, we're done. And that's just the law. People will come in without any kind of marking on the dog, or typically dog, of course, that they are a service animal, while many do. But all they have to say is, yes, it is, and then we're done. So in the garden, if someone sees a dog or an animal, they're not sure if it actually is a service animal, our answer is, if it has gone through the visitor center and the scanners, they've already been spoken to, and we're done. We are no longer going to talk to the guest. The only times we do speak to the guest is if they let the dogs off lead. Then we ask them to keep their dog on lead. We do have one guest here who has no arms, and he has a Belgian Malinois who's trained on voice to assist him. And clearly everyone knows that dog is the most trained thing in the world. But should anyone ask, I would just say he's been spoken to. He's a regular guest. Clearly he's fine. But that's all you can do. I don't know what the laws are in different states, but I would bet that they are pretty similar to Pennsylvania's.
And Chuck, if you want to create this kind of program at your own organization, what's the first step in doing so?
We would say the first step would be a total buy-in from your president, CEO, director, whatever the top is, and the leadership team. And that message would have to come down from them, step one, or it's going to fail. I mean, I really am a big believer in that. After that, I would do what we did. I would get a couple people from each department that you see that really are good at interacting with the guest, sit them down, meet, and discuss what did they do? Why did they do it? What kind of questions come up, and try to formalize it. And that's what we did. And I'll tell you, I mean, our first run at it was pretty 101. It was pretty basic, but it spoke to our staff, because we didn't have the full-time managers and directors creating it. Because let's be honest, where are directors and managers always? They're always in meetings. They really don't have the face time with the guests. So I would formalize what people do and make it simple. I mean, I'm from retail originally, so there's a 5 steps of service, greet, talk to them, sell them something, thank them for selling something, saying bye, and hope they come back. And it's pretty simple. Our 4 steps, just we wanted to make sure we took any notion of selling away, though we are selling longwood if you think about it. But I would keep it simple and start from there, and then take it to another group of people in the garden and see if it makes sense to them. Try to present it. Keep it simple. Don't try to do too much at first. Make your own videos that are based on your own garden and the experiences that you have there. Is there any reason you use the term guest versus visitor? Guest it's the idea of a guest in your home. Just the idea of making it a little more personable. I remember going back, it's going back decades, back to the Williams-Sonoma Pottery Barn age, when I was young and I worked there. And I remember they made a video of people. It was just, you didn't know what was happening. You just saw people going to a door and knocking on a door, and the door just kind of opened up and they walked in, and it was packed full of people at a big party, and everybody was laughing and doing stuff, but they didn't know what was going on. And you just see them kind of walking around. It's uncomfortable. And you feel the discomfort. It didn't even last 2 minutes. The next video was the exact same scenario, the same people walking to a door, knocking on the door. A friendly face opens the door. Welcome, let me grab your coats. Here are the drinks. Do you know Bob and Sue? Here's John and Mike. Do you know these people? And everybody's starting to interact, talking. And I said, would you ever have a guest? Would you have a guest to your house? and treat them the first way. Just hope they find everything else. Well, absolutely not. Well, don't treat them that way here. A visitor is just someone walking onto your property. A guest, we want to try to create a connection. So for us, that's why we say guest.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for your questions. And once again, Chuck, thank you for your fantastic session. And with that, we've come to the end of our Marketing and Communications Community eConference. Thank you so much for joining us today. Please note that you'll be receiving a short survey via email tomorrow, asking you about your experience with today's webinar. And you'll also be receiving a link to today's entire eConference recording in the coming week. Thank you so much.